cool Sunday early in October, Prin was summoned to appear before Commodore Dönitz on board the 4,000-ton submarine tender Weichsel, moored at Kiel. In the Commodore's cabin there were several submarine officers, including Lieutenant Wellner, gathered around a chart of the Orkneys. As Prin entered, Dönitz eyed him critically, as if at this last moment he had to confirm the wisdom of his choice. Dönitz shook Prin's hand and then, as he took his seat, called out across the cabin, "All right, Wellner, let's begin." The young officer, reading various entries from his log, described the approaches to Kirk Sound. When he was finished, Dönitz rose and called Prin to the chart table. "This," he said, pointing to the chart, "is where the British fleet anchors, and this is where Emsman died in the last war. All entrances to Scapa Flow are blocked. Here," he said, moving his finger to the eastern approaches, "there are enormous currents to fight and block ships to pass. But in spite of all this, I submit that a resolute and skillful submarine captain could bring his boat into Scapa Flow." Dönitz paused. Prin's face was inscrutable. "Well, Prin, it's you I have in mind for the mission. I don't want your answer until you've had time to think it over." "Yes, sir." "Take these charts and study them well," said Dönitz dryly. "I'll expect you to report to me by noon next Tuesday." "Yes, Herr Commodore. One more thing, Prin. If you decide that this task is not feasible, you are free to give it up. Your refusal will in no way prejudice your naval career. You will still be our ace. Now think about the problem, and needless to say, discuss it with no one." "I understand, sir." The conference ended as abruptly as it had begun. Prin raced down the gangway of the Weichsel with the charts tucked under his arm. That night he sat down at his desk and began to work out the theoretical part of the mission. A few hours later everything was settled in his mind. To enter Kirk Sound on the night of the 13th, when there would be no brilliant moonlight to sparkle on his submarine's phosphorescent wake, he would have to reach the Orkneys on the 12th and lay on the bottom. The tide would begin to flood before midnight, and he would ride in on it, twisting between the block ships. Once inside, he would fire his torpedoes at whatever targets were available, and then flee at full speed before the running tide got strong enough to wash him back into the flow. Prin was elated and tense as he returned to the Weichsel a day early. Dönitz received him in his cabin. "Well, Prin?" he asked sternly. "Yes or no?" "Yes, Herr Commodore." Slowly Dönitz walked across the cabin, his hand folded behind his back. "Have you thought about von Hennig and Emsman, who tried precisely the same thing during the last war?" "I have thought of them," Prin answered. "And you have no misgivings about your task?" "None, sir." Dönitz turned around and looked directly at Prin. "That is good," he said, offering his hand. "Get your boat ready for sea and good luck." The prelude had a touch of humor which Prin concealed behind a remote frown. U-37, getting set for a long Atlantic patrol, had been previously loaded with boxes and crates of food. Prin's sudden order to unload most of these commissary supplies made no sense to the crew. Bewildered sailors nudged each other, convinced that the old man was suffering from a case of premature war nerves. Besides, the fuel and water supply on board was barely enough for 10 or 12 days of cruising, hardly enough for a long weary patrol. But Prin requisitioned no more. The engineering officer scratched his head and wondered if the sailors after all were not right about the captain. Then the 8th of October came, the day of departure. Prin, wearing a grey leather breech coat, with his cap set at a jaunty angle, called out in a high-pitched voice, "Let go all lines!" Germany's sea wolves pushed into the late summer flood in that first year of the war to dig their bared fangs deep into England's heavily laden Agassiz. The early U-boat captains were few in number, and they had not yet caught the scent of slaughter on the wind. The North Sea, veiled in mournful mists, was to be their watery Thermopylae, but they did not know it then, for they were young, seeking the laurel wreath while the flaming sun guarded the western horizon and set the sea on fire with liquid topaz. They had sworn a fearless oath and sealed it with crimson wine, and they looked out across the ocean beyond the castle clouds and soaring seabirds, and felt a tingling exhilaration and the wild courage of Tyr coursing through their veins. 2 years before, when the German fleet had carried out extensive training maneuvers, the U-boat skippers had plunged through the restless waters of the Baltic, the North Sea and the Atlantic. Their war games had brought them into the wake of mock convoys. They had fired practice torpedoes and scored imaginary hits. They had wheeled their boats around in tight turns to evade the probing sound waves of anti-submarine detection devices, and then tilted their diving rudders to bring their boats into the dark and silent world of roaming sharks and gliding mantas. They were an elite society, these submariners. Their training was precise and vigorous. They functioned like well-oiled machines, in darkness and light, in the blistering heat of the tropics and the congealing cold of the ice-bound north, and they learned early that the spectre of death accompanied them always, an unwelcome member of the crew. Their stoicism covered them with a quiet glory, and many a young sailor, seeking the proud smile of a father or loving admiration of a childhood sweetheart, tried to join the enchanted circle of the U-boat navy. But the demands were great, as they are in the silent service of all navies, and there were numbers of submarine aspirants who discovered that there is a lot more to a man than a stout arm, thick whiskers, and demonstrable virility. Some of them found that the thought of sudden annihilation under tons of freezing sea water, a dark fear that sat on their shoulders like an ominous raven, was unendurable. A few, going out of their first wartime patrol into enemy waters, felt a paralyzing sickness sweep over them, and their blood turned to water, when the captain, sighting a hostile ship on the horizon, dropped through the conning tower hatch and shouted the command, "Dive! Dive! Dive!" Those who ran through this nautical gamut unscathed earned a cherished accolade. They were U-boat men. Yet the real test of courage and endurance still lay ahead of them. Submarines are vulnerable things. A pattern of depth charges bursting close by can rip open a U-boat's hull. Caught on the surface by a destroyer or bomber, a submarine is almost defenseless. Sometimes a mechanical failure sends a submarine into a headlong dive to the bottom. And then there is that moment when the fist of the sea crushes the hull like a fragile eggshell. But even in this moment of dark terror, death is quick and merciful for the man caught inside. There were other submarines, wounded in battle, that slid down gently to the bottom, whose crew, feeling the bump on the ocean's bed, knew that their boat had become an iron tomb, and they would die in cold darkness, one by one, gasping for air. There were the hours of trial too, when enemy destroyers shattered the sea with depth charges, percussion waves with the punch of Hercules crashed against the submarine's sides, lights went out and leaks opened up, jetting streams of chilling sea water into the hull. Nor are submarines built for comfort, and this was especially true for the ones the Germans produced during World War II. The officers and men who took them to sea had to be unflinching and resolute and ready to put up with weeks of deprivation and unchanging physical discomfort. Germany's submarines were of several designs. In 1939 most U-boats were of the 250 to 300-ton coastal type, called with a mixture of affection and contempt canoes. There were small submersibles with 3 torpedo tubes and a crew of 25. Later came several 1,000-ton sea cows and an assortment of special boats of heavier design used in main laying and logistics, but the one that carried the battle flag deep into the Atlantic was the Type 7. Its design was modified several times during the war, and its displacement therefore varied between 500 and 750 tons. It carried a crew of 44, a wartime load of 12 torpedoes, and could cruise at 17 knots on the surface, 8 submerged. From the year 1936, when the first one was launched, to the end of the war, Germany built close to 700 of them, but the most were lost in the relentless battle of the Atlantic, and with them went scores of young sailors who had challenged the sea. Even in the best of times, it was not easy to live in a U-boat, and veterans of many patrols learned that the secret of tranquility was getting used to the fact that, after all, there was no getting used to it. Life in a U-boat was compressed and cluttered. The air was often foul and damp, and redolent of fuel oil. The crew slept in shifting narrow bunks that were built lengthwise along the hull. In heavy seas, slippers would be torn from the bunks and pitched to the deck. Stymied fingers, bashed noses and broken ribs were all part of the game. The men never undressed, and rarely did they wash or shave, not because they were slovenly, but because ordinary civilized conveniences were denied them. A U-boat moving out on a patrol was jammed with crates of fruit, wooden boxes and cartons of foodstuffs. Hammocks and bunks were stuffed with supplies. Boxes cluttered up the living compartments, and the main passageway through which the men had to travel in their daily perambulations was like an obstacle course. But men can tolerate an unbearable as long as they do not lose their sense of humor, and so the principal artery of human traffic in a U-boat choked with sacks of potatoes became Unter den Linden or Leipziger Straße. As in other submarines wearing a different flag and fighting for a different cause, there was bound to be a Piccadilly Circus or a Times Square or a Champs-Élysées. The submariner's antidote for nostalgia is a wry smile. And so with the U-boat the war at sea began. The tempo of the titanic struggle that thundered into its crescendo in 1943 started off with a funereal theme. The unworthy act of lamping sinking the Athenia was followed by a feat of arms that was to win fame for Captain Lieutenant Schuchert, skipper of the U-29. The declaration of war on the 3rd of September found numerous merchantmen still at sea, steaming independently. To protect these wandering orphans from German submarines, the Royal Navy sent its aircraft carrier HMS Courageous along with 4 destroyers to the approaches of southwest Ireland. For 2 weeks the Courageous spread her wings over the helpless freighters as they pushed their stubby bows toward the St. George's Channel. On the evening of the 17th of September, a U-boat warning sent out by a threatened merchant ship several miles away was picked out of the air. Captain William McKay Jones, commanding the Courageous, detached 2 destroyers to track down the enemy. At the same moment Schuchert raised his periscope. The sea was calm and dusk was rising, as it does at sea, from the fringe of the horizon. Against the opalescent sky he sighted the bulky mass of the Courageous. She had turned into the wind to receive her circling planes, and Schuchert, his cap reversed and his eyes fixed to the periscope, brought U-29 onto an attack course. As the last plane bounced to the flight deck, he was on his target. He fired 3 torpedoes, then went deep. 2 of them found their mark, and in 20 minutes HMS Courageous sank in a welter of black oil, carrying her captain and 517 officers and men to the bottom of the Atlantic. McKay Jones won a hero's death, Schuchert a hero's laurels. As autumnal russet tinged the land and the evening air became chilly and fires were lighted in stone hearths to warm the lengthening shadows of night, there were other ships struggling home from their last peacetime voyage. When they went out again in lumbering convoys, ringed with overworked destroyers to keep the lifeblood of England flowing, their crews were grim and restless and found that sleep no longer came easy to them. Before the year ran out, more than 100 of them went down in the bitter Atlantic. As the sinkings mounted, it became apparent to Commodore Dönitz that certain U-boat captains were running up high scores. Towering above the rest was the triumvirate: Günther Prien, Otto Kretschmer and Joachim Schöpke. Günther Prien was of humble birth, and as a boy he had tasted the bitter poverty that came in the gloomy wake of post-war inflation. His mother, whom he loved in his boyish solitude, was his sole support during the grim years that followed Germany's defeat in the First World War. She was a sad woman who sold lace, took in student boarders, and painted mediocre pastoral scenes to pay off her mountain bills. It was during these years of insecurity in Leipzig that young Günther, like boys the world over, began to dream of the sea. He read and reread a battered dog-eared volume on Vasco da Gama, and as a pleasant respite from his own pinching one, he let his fancy take him around the Cape of Good Hope with the famous Portuguese seafarer into the lavish court of the Hindu ruler of India. Da Gama became Prince's idol, and he nailed a picture of the explorer above the head of his bed, a silent reminder that the sea is eternal. In 1923, when he was 15, the song of the sea wind, the smell of tar and oakum, the mewing of gulls, the magic of the tall ships outbound of their lands were things that Prien no longer could bear in the silence of his room. He told his mother that he wanted to go to sea, and she replied, "If that is what you want, Günther, I won't stand in your way." He scraped together his meager savings, a handful of nested marks, packed his threadbare clothes in a rucksack, and went off to seaman's school in Finkenwerder. The restless ghost of Vasco da Gama had claimed him. The seaman's school cut the umbilical cord that tied him to the land. It was a time of reorientation and discovery for him. In the strange world of the sea, even the names of things were different. The landsman's floors and walls were decks and bulkheads in a ship. Left was port, and right was the green of starboard. Men were forward or aft, aloft or below, and Flavia's ancient lodestone, set in shining gimbals, guided ships across the trackless seas. There were wooden ships and ships of steel. There were ships that dug bronze blades into the brine, and ships that hacked the howling wind with breasting sails. There were ships outbound that traced a pastel wake over the harbor's face, and ships that passed quietly in the night with the smell of the Orient still clinging to their shrouds. And there were the saddest ones of all, the ships that had died long ago in the shallow waters offshore, with their broken bowsprits pointing landward like accusing fingers, and the grumbling surf spilling through their gloomy emptiness. Prien was an alert student, and when his term was over, he was sent as a cabin boy to the square-rigged school ship Hamburg, and as the yards were swayed up, catching the land breeze, and the boat dipped and rose with the rolling swell, Prien found his element. He spent 6 months on board the Hamburg. It was a period of trial, for he often thought of home, the world of stability and idle hours. Nor was the Hamburg skipper, with indisputable authority burning from his dark eyes, a Vasco da Gama. During his apprenticeship, Prien made bunks, cleaned the captain's cabin, holystoned the deck, helped the cook, and dumped slop buckets over the side, to leeward. For this he received no pay and little food. And there were the lonely nights when sail-ripping, screeching gales spun the sea into a frothing maelstrom, and angry waves crashed over the deck and ran down the scuppers like a spent flood. On one silent day after weeks of cruising, when the Hamburg had set her course for Pensacola, Florida, he sat on the white deck and composed a lament for his mother. "Liebe Mutter," he wrote, "we'll soon be in America. This trip was long, and a sailor's life is a lot different than I had imagined. For us it is much work and little food." The first twinge of doubt and defeat had come to him, as it must to every young sailor, but it was an occupational hazard that he soon got over. There were always matchless dawns that spilled warm light over the eastern horizon, the soughing of the evening winds in the rigging, and the cool crystalline nights to bring peace to homesick cabin boys. His energy and intelligence did not go unnoticed by his officers, and in time he was sent as an officer candidate to the Pfalzberg, another sailing vessel of the German maritime service. From here his progress was rapid. Before long he was made 4th officer of the San Francisco, and by 1932, after much tenacious study, he got his master's ticket. But the crippling depression was in its 3rd year, world trade was paralyzed, and Prin found himself out of work. For a while he went on relief, standing in the long lines of Germany's unemployed, and then he accepted a job with a gang of laborers draining marshes near Foxburg. For his work he received only bed and board, but it gave him a chance to escape from his own degrading helplessness. During a stopover in a small hamlet on the way to the work camp, Prin took a walk to stretch his legs and saw a young girl sitting in a garden. She looked very pretty, with the sunlight playing on her golden hair, and Prin felt a sudden impulse to share his own hope with her. He bought a bunch of roses in a nearby florist's shop, carried them to the garden with a schoolboy's excitement, presented them to the astonished girl, kissed her on the cheek, bowed gallantly, and then left with a high heart and a smile on his lips. At Foxburg he became one of a nameless mass of young, embittered, hungry men who were on bad terms with a life that promised only poverty. But Prin was a dreamer. The mountains in this region that seemed to flow out and the distant lavender haze reminded him of the sea, and the old nostalgia came back. In January 1933, the German Navy invited former merchant marine officers to join its ranks. Prin volunteered at once. After completing basic naval training, he was sent to the U-boat school at Kiel. For 5 years he was a submarine watch officer. Then, in the fall of 1938, he got his first command. When war broke out, he took his boat deep into the Atlantic. But Prin had a rendezvous with Aga, Norse god of the sea. Hanging just under the 60th parallel of north latitude lie the rock-strewn downhill Orkneys, the Orchids of classical times, a cluster of cheerless, misty isles cut off from the Scottish coast by the watery belt of Pentland Firth. The days are long since gone when Scandinavian war horns wailed through the fog that shrouds this dismal land, but the Norse inhabitants of antiquity left records of their age in the names of the islands bare, and in the thick-walled stone tower that sits on the northwestern shore of Bury like Viking's cairn. In the midst of the islands, resting almost like a miniature Nordic Mare Nostrum, is Scapa Flow, a body of grey water that measures 10 or 12 miles east and west, roughly speaking, and about 8 or so north and south. Its great briny tentacles reach into the cold North Atlantic through Bring Deeps in the west, Hoxha Sound in the south, and in the east by way of treacherous tidal waters that surge through the eroded skerries north of Bury. During the First World War, Scapa Flow was used as an anchorage of the British Navy, but when the Grand Fleet steamed into its new home during the summer of 1914, the defenses were not ready. During the first few months of that war, there were numerous reports of U-boats being sighted in the vicinity of Scapa Flow, and Admiral Jellicoe feared that one might succeed in breaking through the barrier that the British had thrown up in wartime haste. No U-boat actually managed to penetrate the anchorage during those years, but one, the U-18, commanded by Captain Lieutenant von Hennig, came within a hair's breadth of achieving success. The First World War was only 4 months old when von Hennig, stealing past patrolling ships and pushing ahead in the boiling wake of a steamer, reached the anti-submarine boom stretched across Hoxha Sound. His daring cruise was futile, for the British fleet, driven to sea by an earlier U-boat scare, was then thrashing across the North Sea. A frustrated von Hennig had to withdraw without firing a single torpedo. U-18 during its retreat was rammed by a trawler and finally sunk by a destroyer. All hands survived. At the end of the war, when the forges were growing cold and Germany's military hopes were being drowned in blood in the Second Battle of the Marne and in the humiliating mutiny of the Imperial Fleet, U-116 made a last desperate effort to snake its way into Scapa Flow. Commanded by Captain Lieutenant Emsman, it was manned by its regular crew and a single volunteer, Lieutenant Schutz, who had been detached from the boat earlier but returned to rejoin his former shipmates in their daring journey. Trying to save the honor of the German Navy, they succeeded at least in saving their own. Their boat perished in its suicidal cruise and all hands were lost. Scapa Flow, from the German point of view, was an invulnerable fortress, capable of sheltering the entire Royal Navy. Its channels leading from sea could be blocked by booms, nets and guard ships, and the turbulent tides of 8 and 10 knots that ripped through Pentland Firth made submerged U-boat navigation an impossibility. The Orkneys were 500 miles northwest of German airfields, and booming raids would have to fly over the North Sea with its intermittent squalls and high winds. Even reconnaissance planes facing the same dirty weather would often see nothing below because of capricious fog layers that hovered over the islands. Scapa Flow gave the British Navy command of the North Sea, and command of the North Sea meant a sustained and constricting blockade of the German mainland. When the Second World War began, the German Navy once again, almost by reflex, looked northwest toward the grim Orkneys. During the month of September, reconnaissance aircraft with some rare good weather on their side for a change flew over Scapa Flow and studied its defenses. And in that same month, Lieutenant Wellner, commanding a small U-boat, got caught in the violent currents east of the islands. Unable to make any headway against the flood, he raised his periscope and surveyed Holm Sound until slack water allowed him to retreat. The information gathered from the air and sea was compiled at Naval Headquarters, and Commodore Dönitz studied a broad chart of the Orkneys late into the night. German submarines, such as the Type 7 then in use, were 213 feet long and displaced more than 500 tons. Their best surface speed was 17 knots, but barnacles and the slimy integument of sea growth cut the speed down by a knot or two. To bring such a boat into narrow channel of Kirk Sound in total darkness, to steer it in harmony with variable plunging tides, to ease it over churning waters through blockship barriers, and then into the broad reaches of Scapa Flow demanded phenomenal navigation. But to do it in the presence of the enemy, to steal along his hostile shore, called for not only the highest nautical skill, but the highest human courage. The camaraderie of the U-boat service was intimate and exclusive, and comprised a kind of genial fraternity within the German Navy. With about 24 seagoing U-boats in operation, Dönitz was able to know his captains on a far more personal basis than other fleet commanders, and for this reason he was able to judge their relative worth with accuracy. From among these sea warriors, he picked Günther Prien, already known with affection as the Little Blusterer, a young, slight, dark-haired officer with the martial gait, the sharp voice, and the somber face, and in his heart the valor of Vasco da Gama, his personal god. Dönitz picked him because he had a zestful spirit and a cool head. Besides, Prien had proved that he could shoot straight. It was a crisp autumn day. U-47 glided through the Kiel Canal and pointed her sharp bow into the dark North Sea on a northwesterly course. He had decided from the beginning to keep the operation a secret until U-47 was close to the Orkneys. It was a dangerous mission, and he did not wish to trouble his crew with doubt and anxiety. So he remained uncommunicative except to issue a few essential orders. There was already a trace of fatigue in his voice. A clawing weight gripped his shoulders, the loneliness of command. His thoughts came in clipped alien phrases, and as he leaned over the conning tower, watching long tendrils of spindrift curl away from the lacy crest of tumbling waves, he began to feel like an exile. A chilling wind whipped down from the glacial north and spangled the running sea with whitecaps. During the lonely days at sea, the lookouts several times sighted smoke smudges on the horizon, but Prin merely acknowledged the reports without giving any orders to attack. "We'll hold our present course," he said in a flat voice, and the spray ran down the stubble on his chin. Early in the morning of the 12th, his sullen, mysterious preoccupation left him and his flushing nerve returned. His eyes were bright as he mounted the bridge and sniffed at the sea wind with the smell of rain on it. Grey clouds were scudding across a mournful sky and damp southwesterly winds ruffled the sea. Prince surveyed the horizon quickly, then slipped down the hatchway ladder into the conning tower. "Take her down," he commanded, and the conning officer barked the words, "Stand by to submerge." The hatch was shut with a metallic clang and locked. The officer then hit the diving alarm, and jangling bells vibrated throughout the submarine. Immediately the engineer cut off the diesel engines, coupled up the electric motors, and closed the air intakes and exhaust valves. As each compartment was ready for submerging, the dials on the control panel lit up with the words "Ready to dive." Then the diving officer shouted, "Flat!" "Flat!" repeated the engineer like an echo. Men pulled on flooding levers and spun large wheel valves to open the vents. The sea rushed into the ballast tanks, and the U-47, losing buoyancy, sank slowly and disappeared under a blanket of foam. "Trim her at periscope depth," Prin called, and when the diving planes, fixed to the bow and stern, had steadied the boat beneath the surface, he snapped his fingers and said, "Up periscope." Gripping the turning handles, he went around the horizon once to see if the periscope was clear and free. Again he snapped his fingers. "Down periscope." U-47 moved closer to the Orkneys, riding at a depth of 60 feet. Shortly after the noon meal, Prin looked over the charts, nodded to himself, and said in a quiet voice, "Now we'll take her down to 50 fathoms." The clatter of the motors and the thrumming of the screws filtered up as muffled noises through the decks and bulkheads. The diving rudders were tilted and the U-47 planed down toward the bottom. Men were tense and silent, for their boat had become a sightless fish groping for a place of rest. There might be uncharted pinnacles resting on the ocean's bottom, like the Gothic spires, of a sunken cathedral or enemy mines that would blow them to eternity. Besides, everyone knew that Prin was operating on a seaman's intuition. Because of the overcast sky which had plagued them for several days, the submarine's estimated position, plotted entirely by dead reckoning, was not necessarily accurate, and as the boat went deeper into the sea, creaking noises disquieted the crew and told them that tremendous pressure was building up outside the hull. Because the angle of descent was slight, it seemed like an interminable length of time before the needle of the depth gauge neared the 50 fathom mark. U-47 moved ahead very slowly. Then a gentle thud traveled throughout the boat and the noise of scraping sound hissed along the keel. The boat rocked twice and settled. They were on the bottom, just off the coast of the Orkneys, lying in 300 feet of water. The heavy hours passed. That evening Prin ordered the boat surfaced. As seawater was forced out of the vents, U-47 shook herself free from the bottom and drifted to the surface. At 60 feet the boat was leveled off, and when her oscillation was brought under control, the engineer tilted the hydroplanes and raised her to 45 feet. "Up periscope!" Prin barked. He looked around cautiously into the night that was gathering over the sea, and then he said, "Surface!" The diving tanks were blown, and the engineer, watching the depth gauge, called out, "Conning tower free!" With the hull still submerged, Prin raised up the ladder, spun the hatch wheel, and ducked away from the residual water that spilled down from the bridge. In a few seconds he was under the dark sky, peering through his powerful-sized binoculars. Nothing in sight. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down the hatchway, "Blow through!" The chief engineer stopped the electric motors and started the diesels. Their exhaust lines leading to the diving tanks drove out the remaining seawater, and U-47 broke the surface. Prin had come up from the bottom to fix the position of his submarine. He moved his boat toward the coast, but between the dark sea and lowering sky he could see only the much darker fringe of the Orkney land mass. As for navigation, there was nothing to go by. The cheerless horizon was inscrutable. Then a spectacular thing happened. The darkness ahead of him became spotted with pinpoints of lights. He checked his watch. The luminous dial showed 10 o'clock. "What the devil is that?" he asked. The watch officer standing beside him looked through his glasses. "Coastal lights, sir." "Coastal lights?" he queried as he scanned the horizon. "Well, I'll be damned. How very kind of the English." For the next half hour, Prin called off bearings to the watch officer. These were relayed to the control room below, where the navigator translated them into lines on the chart, which crossed at a point southeast of Kirk Sound. This information was called up to the bridge. "Alright," said Prin, "let's take her down." And once again U-47 settled into the sea. When she reached the bottom, Prin ordered all hands forward. "I know you have been wondering what we are doing here," he said. "Now I will tell you." His eyes traveled across the green faces of his men. "Tomorrow night we enter Scapa Flow." Only silence greeted him, but it was a silence of deliverance, a release from the obscure and unknown. They did not care especially what mission Prin took them on, so long as there was a precise goal, a definite target. In the past several days they had begun to feel a genuine sympathy from the coast-flying Dutchmen, wandering over the seas until Judgment Day. Scapa Flow was definite. Any sailor could locate it on a chart, but Scapa Flow became more than a geographical point. It was a bastion of defiance. "First," Prin went on, "all of you must rest. The watch will wake the cooks at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock we will have a good dinner. After that, for the duration of the attack, there will be no warm meals, only bread and butter and some chocolate. There are to be no lights and no unnecessary noises once we begin. Do not move about needlessly. I expect absolute calm from everyone. No orders will be given twice. Is that understood?" The men were smiling as they nodded their heads. It was a kind of tribal acquiescence, an unspoken pledge that they were with him. "Now off to your bunks and sleep," Prin ordered. In a few minutes everything was quiet, and he felt a solid satisfaction that his officers and men had shown no signs of astonishment or fright. He fell on his bed and covered his eyes with his arm. But his anxiety was too great and he could not sleep. He tiptoed through the berthing compartments of U-47, listening to clearing of throats and the heavy breathing. Then he went to the control room and found Obersturm Spar poring over the charts. "Do you think we'll make it, sir?" Spar asked. Prin smiled. "Am I a prophet?" While U-47 lay on the bottom like a sleeping ichthyosaur, the tides of war, which had been running in Prin's favor, suddenly changed. Prin, of course, did not know what was happening above his silent world. But as late as the 12th of October, German air reconnaissance photographs showed that the nest of Scapa Flow was holding 1 aircraft carrier, 10 cruisers and 5 other heavy ships, in addition to a great many smaller ones. But they had weighed anchor that very day, pushing through Hoxie Sound, which was some 15 sea miles southwest of Prin's position. He had caught them at their moorings. The Royal Navy would have suffered a deep wound. But the anchorage was not completely deserted. About a mile west of Holm Sound, the shoreline turns northward for about 5 miles until it reaches the town of Scapa. Then it curves southwest, tracing an irregular pattern along the mainland. Tucked in this bay were 2 ships. One was HMS Pegasus, an old and tired vessel that had seen her best days. She was an 11-knot, 6,900-ton seaplane carrier, a worn-out relic that was ready any day for a scrap pile. The other was the battleship HMS Royal Oak. There was also a number of destroyers swinging on their anchor cables. And to the south, several guard ships patrolling across the mouth of Hoxie Sound. After the fleet sailed, HMS Royal Oak was Prin's only worthwhile target. Even though she was of 1916 vintage, the Royal Oak was still a powerful ship in 1939. Carrying 8 15-inch guns in 4 dual mounts, she was girthed with an armor belt 13 inches thick. When fully loaded, she displaced over 33,000 tons. Since the distant days of Jutland, she had undergone a facelifting which brought many modern improvements to her superstructure, and along her sides she had been refitted with bulges which were to serve mainly as a defense against torpedo attack. After 10 o'clock on the evening of the 13th of October, the Royal Oak, 1,264 officers and men who made up her wartime complement, had settled down for the night, some with a quiet, uneventful 4-hour watch, the rest with sleep. A few stragglers in the chief petty officers' quarters held out a little longer, talking about the war and home, over steaming cups of tea. The big ship rode at her anchor in the dark bay, and a cold breeze spilling over the Acadian hills ruffled the water. A thin sickle of a moon rode against bits of rugged clouds, and the northern lights were coming to life.
Möchten Sie mal den Eintopf probieren, Herr Kaloin? Keine Sorge, Herr Kaloin. Bei dem Essen fühlen sich die Jungs wie zu Hause.
U-47 stayed submerged east of the Orkneys until evening of the 13th. The crew had eaten a hearty supper before moving to their battle stations. Tubes were already loaded and other torpedoes were tucked into rapid loading positions. And as a precaution against capture, scuttling charges were brought out. Prynne took a turn through the compartments, talking to officers and men. There was a vibrant confidence among them, and he recorded in his log. Crew's morale splendid. By 5 o'clock the sun had dropped below the somber hills of Pomona, and 2 hours later U-47 was rising to the surface. She came free at 7:15, when it was already dark. The lookout watch was increased, and 4 pairs of binoculars searched quarter sectors of the dark horizon. The conning tower was blacked out, so no light would shine through the hatchway. Men spoke in whispers. Occasionally a shaft of greenish light shot across the sky as the aurora borealis began to perform its celestial miracle. The men could feel the light northerly wind on their faces, and soft sea noises drifted up to the bridge as U-47's knife in bow cut the black water. Perrin was alert like a panther ready to spring. For almost 4 hours he scanned the sea without a word, watching, listening. 1 sea-mile off the port bow, Prynne, peering into the darkness, caught the desolate mass of sunken vessels, which he mistook for the black ships in Kirk Sound. "Come left to 270 degrees, he called down to Schmidt, the helmsman. In a moment U-47 curved to the left, leaving a phosphorescent wake dancing on the sea. He held to the westerly course for a few minutes and was deciding how to make his approach when the navigator came to the bridge. "This is not right, sir," he said. "Not right?" Prynne asked sharply. "Those are block ships dead ahead, are they not?" "Yes, sir, but they are the ones in Scary Sound," said the navigator. "Kirk Sound is still a half-mile to the north." Prynne raised his binoculars and slowly surveyed a broad stretch of horizon ahead of him. "Yes," he admitted. "You are right." U-47's course was immediately altered hard to starboard, and she was put on a northerly heading, which faced her toward the mainland and left the island of Lampholm on her port beam. When the mainland was less than 500 yards in front of him, Prynne came left once more, entered Kirk Sound, and set U-47 on a course that paralleled the shoreline. Eos sent her fiery spears of light across the heavens with tremulous, darting restlessness, and the northern lights, now tinged with yellowish-green lavender and the blue of cold steel, spilled a pale glow across the narrow throat of Cook Sound. Against these flickering steamers, the lifeless silhouettes of the black ships stood out like portentous shadows, bridging the dark gap between Lampholm and the mainland. And Bryn for a passing moment felt the mystic spell of the airy and riotous night. Later he was to note in his log that the black ships in the Sound were ghostly as the wings of a theatre. The black ships were less than a mile ahead of him. The third one, close to the shore, was slightly to the right. As he approached the black ship barrier, he could feel the tide flooding through the cut, and he set his course due west. The northernmost ship was a schooner, whose mast loomed up like dead denuded pines. He stayed to the left and passed her on his starboard side. Almost directly ahead was the second black ship, which Bryn had to pass on his port hand. Her rusty cable stretched at a 45° angle from her bow into the murky water, pinned her massive hulk to the shallow bottom of the Sound. Bryn tried to work his engines in harmony with the tide, but just at the moment the current swirling around the sunken schooner caught the U-boat's stern and twisted the bow to the right. U-47 began to move sidewise like a piece of driftwood toward the black ship. "Left full rudder," Bryn ordered. "Port engine stop, starboard slow ahead." Bryn pressed his fingers against the bridge culmin as he watched the bow move slowly, too slowly, to the left. A moment later he felt a slight jar and the sickening sound of small stones scraping against the steel hull. "Damn!" he bellowed. "Have we grounded now? All ahead full!" For a few minutes the boat did not move. Her screws chummed up a noisy turbulence astern, and clouds of diesel exhaust floated over the bridge. Then she made an abrupt lurch accompanied by a grating noise that drifted away into the night, like a sea monster's claws scratching the hull from stem to stern. U-47 was free again. With a burst of speed he tried to get north of the black ship's cable, but when he was only a few yards away he realized that the current was too strong and he was going to run up against it. "That cable will foul our port screw," he decided. "Port engine stop, hard left rudder." Although the boat moved slowly to the left, she was still heading in a northwesterly direction when she bumped against the cable. The cable lodged itself athwart the port propeller guard, and held U-47 firmly against the power of the starboard screw and the running of the tide. The dark coast of Pomona was less than 200 yards away, and the dancing lights of the Aurora Borealis played on the water and flickered on the submarine's hull. "If they don't see us now," Bryn said, "they must be blind." He watched the bow edging over slowly to the left. He waited. The next minute the cable quivered and snapped free. Bryn took a deep breath. "Left standard rudder," he called down to the conning tower. "All engines ahead 2/3. And pass the word that we are inside Scapa Flow." It was past midnight when U-47 stole into the British naval base, and by this time the northern lights were dazzling, lighting up the entire bay. Prynne moved across the glimmering water toward the main fleet anchorage, which was situated in the southwestern corner of the floe. Visibility was exceptionally good, and Prynne was able to make out the island masses of Flotta, Farra and Cava, which marked the southern and western boundaries of the anchorage. There were no ships present. He came about and set his U-boat on an easterly heading. While he cruised with impunity in the Lion's Den, he thought of Amsman and von Hennig and the corroded skeletons of Germany's high seas fleet, scuttled in these same waters 20 years before. His feelings were a curious blend of charmed invulnerability and ancestral kinship, and yet he was unable at the moment to grasp fully how incredible it was that he could move about inside Scapa Flow just as if he were a British sea lord taking a night cruise in a Her Majesty submarine. At 5 minutes to 1 he sighted just forward of the port beam 2 large ships, and to the right of them near the shore a number of destroyers. Prin veered sharply to the left and then adjusted his course to 340 degrees. He came within a mile and a half of the nearest ship and recognized her as a battleship of the Royal Sovereign class. She was the Royal Oak. She floated on the quiet waters on an east-west axis, offering the whole length of her broadside to Prin's torpedoes. The other ship, HMS Pegasus, was farther away, and Prin mistook her for the battleship Repulse. At 2 minutes to 1 he was in attack position. 3 torpedoes were set for impact firing, 1 for Pegasus, 2 for Royal Oak. "Fire!" Prin commanded. There was only the lapping of small waves against the U-boat's sides, then the muffled hissing of air pressure and the clicking of tube levers. Squinting into the luminous face of his stopwatch, Prin counted off the seconds as the torpedoes shuttled toward their targets, and as he counted he sensed his own brittle tension in the stillness of the night. At 2 minutes after 1 there was a single brilliant flash, and then a thundering noise that rumbled across the floor like a kettle drum. 1 torpedo had caught the battleship in her bow and blooded her. The others missed. HMS Royal Oak came to life. She was not mortally wounded, and some of her officers supposed that she had been hit by a bomb or had suffered an internal explosion. Nobody on board suspected a torpedo hit. Some of her forward compartments, loaded with inflammable stores, were flooded as a precautionary measure against the spread of fire. Damage control parties equipped with fire hoses, axes, gas masks, and flashlights pushed down through the smoke and flame on the lower decks, dogging down watertight doors and shoring up bulkheads. Many ratings who had come up from their berthing compartments, some of them still in underwear or pajamas, stood around in bare feet, talking, asking questions, bumping into one another. But when they felt the Royal Oak's cold deck still solid under their feet, they went below to put on something warm. As soon as the forward damage and scattered fires were brought under control, an inspection party began that was supposed to be a thorough search of the ship for the cause of the explosion. Hot cocoa was dealt out to the men on watch. Many others, awakened by the blast, looked around, decided there was nothing to worry about, and went back to sleep. Meanwhile, Prin cruised southward and got to the approaches of Scary Sound, through which he had to pass in order to make good his escape. He looked back and began to doubt his marksmanship, for the Royal Oak was still on an even keel and apparently not seriously damaged. "I'm going back," he grumbled. "Right full rudder." While the tubes were being reloaded, U-47 crept around in the dark water and poked her bow northward once more. At 1:22, Prin was 1,600 yards south of his prey. The helmsman steadied the boat. "Fire!" 3 more torpedoes leaped from the bow tubes and left a bubbling wake on the surface that faded off into the darkness. "Right full rudder," Prin commanded. U-47 came about on a reverse course. Again Prin listened to the seconds ticking away. At 1:25 it came. A fiery blast seared the entire beam of the Royal Oak, and a violent detonation booming across the bay shook the battleship from keel to masthead. Her anti-torpedo bulge was ripped open. Shards of steel plating and wooden splinters whirled in the air and fell around the doomed ship like a sprinkling of hail. Her fuel tanks had been rammed, and hundreds of gallons of thick black oil bleeding into the water lay like a shimmering blanket of tar around the ship. Cold sea water cascaded into the engineering spaces. Men shouted, some screamed, and many were silent. She was moored only a half-mile from the shore, but she heeled over too fast from the men to get the boats away. The admiral's barge, loaded to the gunwales, was swamped, spilling dozens of men into the black slick. Hundreds jumped overboard and were shocked by a humming water. Others choked on the viscous oil and drowned amid gurgling cries for help. The second attack electrified the harbor. Signal lamps from the destroyers flashed messages to one another, and the probing beams of searchlights swung across the somber waters. There was no further doubt. Prince's role had changed instantly, from hunter to hunted. "All engines ahead full," he shouted. "Couple up the motors, I want all the speed you can give me." Glancing over his shoulder, Prince could see HMS Royal Oak listing heavily under a pall of grey smoke. U-47 raced southward, leaving a boiling wake behind her, as the destroyers got underway. And as the Royal Oak settled, Aegir's spow's run, death deity of the sea, slowly reached her watery arms around the doomed battleship and drew over 800 officers and men to her cold bosom. After a few more minutes of full-speed steaming, Prin was about 600 yards from the shore of Pomona, where a coast road leading southward from the town of Scapa ends just north of Scary Sound. Scanning the coast directly off the port beam of U-47, Prin saw the headlights of several automobiles moving along the road. The nearest one turned suddenly toward the bay, and for a moment its bright lights fell full on the U-boat's conning tower. Then the car baked around and sped off northward towards Scapa. "There goes our informer," said Prin, but his immediate concern was not with the car. As he searched astern, he saw the running lights of several destroyers. They were fanning out across the floe, their restless lights sweeping the obscure night. Then in the distance he could hear the muffled crack of depth charges, puncturing the still air. He felt a sudden chill as one destroyer turned south abruptly, almost on the same course as U-47. A signal flashed from the destroyer's bridge. Prin bit his lips and gripped the weather screen. "We're being followed by a destroyer," he said to Anders, his executive officer. "If he spots us, we're finished." "Shall I begin my press, sir?" asked Anders laconically. U-47, throbbing under full power, was approaching Scary Sound when the destroyer veered off to the right to search another sector, rolling depth charges of her stern. "Well," said Prin with relief, "that was close." He knew that the difficulties he had encountered upon entering Scapa Flow would be increased now because of the tidal current, so he decided to seek an escape passage between the southernmost blockship and the coast of Lampholm. He had to move fast, for the greyhounds were barking in the distance, seeking his scent. Prince course brought him to a position southwest of Holm Sound, and he set U-47 on a northeasterly course, reducing speed. As he approached the bottleneck of the sound, he could feel the surging current take hold of the boat. His engines were turning for 10 knots, yet the desolate land mass, only 200 yards of his starboard beam, remained stationary. Cautiously he increased speed, and the screws biting into the flood nudged U-47 ahead. Slowly he passed the southern black ship with only a few yards to spare. But then his boat caught the full force of the tide, and the boat drifted to the left. For a moment a sickening paralysis gripped him. U-47 was being washed against the barrier. "Right full rudder!" he screamed. "Port ahead full! Starboard stop!" The submarine quivered. "Starboard back!" he shouted. His voice cracked with the strain, and bits of sweat broke out on his forehead. Then, trembling under her straining engines, U-47 began to weave slowly to the right, but the next instant the tide showed her bow to starboard toward Lampholm. "Starboard engine ahead full! Left full rudder!" The bow still drifted to the right. "Left rudder!" he bellowed. "Give me left rudder!" "Rudder is left full, sir," Schmidt called up. Prin watched the cold shoreline coming closer. Why doesn't she come left? He thought desperately. But just then U-47 did come left, and Prin, riding on the crest of his own excitement, shouted a spate of crisp commands to the helmsman. This time he founded the axis of the current and kept U-47's bow pointed into it by shifting the rudder back and forth. The engines were turning for 17 knots now, but the boat, fighting her way against the current, was making only 7 or 8 good. It was now a few minutes after 2 a.m. and U-47 was almost through. Prin raised his glasses and felt a chill run over his body. Directly ahead of him, stretched across his path, was a long jetty reaching far into the sound from the northwestern corner of Lampholm. "Hard left rudder!" The boat swerved to port, and a minute later, as he cleared the northern end of the jetty, Prin put her on an easterly course. The U-boat cruised easily out of the narrow neck of the sound, and he then headed her on a southeasterly course toward the open sea. The ship's clock showed 2:15, and Prin noticed for the first time that his heart was pounding wildly. "We're free," he called out. "Pass the word to the crew." There was a burst of jubilation from below. Men shook hands. The reedy notes of a concertina filtered up to the conning tower. The engineer, his hands and face smudged with grime and grease, came forward singing at the top of his lungs. The navigator broke his pencil, and the cook banged a soup ladle against the galley wrench. Prin dropped through the hatch. "Helmsman!" "Sir?" "You were magnificent!" A big grin broke across Schmidt's face. "Thank you, sir." Prin set his course for home. During the daylight hours of the 14th, he lay submerged. Early that evening he rose from the depth of the North Sea and cruised on the surface. Aeolus's breath blew from the northeast, pushing patches of clouds and rain before it. Visibility was poor. Far away, Prin could hear the distant explosions of depth charges. He counted 32 and decided it would be safer to lie on the bottom until the British gave up the chase. Late the next evening he surfaced, found the steamer directly in his path, and fired a shot across her bow to halt her. When he learned that she was the Norwegian Meteor, bound for Newcastle on Tyne with 238 passengers on board, he signaled her to proceed to her destination. During the 16th, he held to a southeasterly course. It was a day of light winds and good visibility. Several crewmen carried a can of white paint to the bridge and sketched a caricature of a snorting bull on the sides of the conning tower. U-47 had a new escutcheon and Prin a new nickname, the Bull of Scapa Flow. On the morning of the 17th, U-47 entered Wilhelmshaven. Gross Admiral Raeder came on board, shook hands with the crew, bestowed on each one the Iron Cross, and informed Prin that he would have an opportunity to report in person to the Führer in Berlin, where special honor awaited him. That afternoon, Prin and his crew were flown to Berlin. It was a rainy day, but Berliners turned out in droves to see their hero. The police guard was doubled to keep back the crowds as Prin, clad in the blue and gold of his dress uniform, stood up in an open car and saluted them. There were dark rings under his eyes, and he felt giddy from fatigue. But he smiled and looked a bit bewildered as he waved his arms to the thousands of people who lined the streets. At the end of the wild parade, Prin and several of his officers marched up the steps of Reich Chancellery, where Hitler personally conferred upon Prin the Knight's Cross. A few days before, Prin had been an unsung hero. Now he had won a place on Mount Olympus.